should be sharing here. Okay. I think that should be good. No, it's working. It's just sharing the screen, so he should be in it.
But then once he opens this application and then clicks on here, his mouse turns like this and then wherever he clicks. So it's more noticeable to the users as to where he's clicking.
Oh, really? Okay, cool.
So it just gives them a better chance to view where he's clicking. And I have it in the pen drive. It will take me just a few seconds.
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and load it, because he's just sharing a screen at this point, so I got to get him mic'd up. Got you set up, so what I'm going to do go. And she's going to make it so recording on your mouse, it'll kind of highlight your mouse as you move your stuff. For the video part. Thank you, appreciate that. I think we're good. And then what I'll do is if these others show up, I'll just move my side. There's a seat there.
Ask them if they can bring in another little table.
Yeah.
My stuff over here too. A little small table.
Oh, I suppose we could do. Let me see if I can get one. So that would open up that extra. Yeah. Yeah, not to mention, I was just gonna work on the food, but there's coffee and food out there, so if you haven't eaten, there's like all kinds of stuff. Feel free to. About halfway through the day, they'll bring some lunch in, kind of.
Okay, well, good morning, everyone. I sure appreciate everybody coming out. My name is Mike Smith, and so try to get to know everybody here during the day. Would like to start out by asking you what anybody has any particular topics about software that they're interested in, and how many of you are new users? Okay, well, that's good. And anybody have any particular interest about the software? Obviously, if you're new, you don't even know what it'll do. Whitney? Okay. So what's everybody working in? Conventional, unconventional? Unconventional? Deep water, okay. Morning, morning.
And then we'll have another one here. We're gonna, actually, if you put the table like right over here.
Okay. actually appeared there.
You got some spot here.
So I think I've got a little problem here that we can go through together and see the four major modules of the software. And software consists of four modules. There's a logs module. Everything's built to get the main data in from logs. It can come in from an Excel file or be input manually. Then there's a pressure rate analysis module. This is where the software communicates with the outside world, bringing in your pressure data, bottom hole pressure, pump rate data, production data, any type of measured data. Then there's a reservoir model portion consisting of some relatively simple modules. It's calculate folds of increase. Might be the type of thing you'd use. I don't know if you're looking at Miocene high permeability stuff or Paleocene lower permeability, but if you're someone doing frac packs and higher permeability, this calculate folds of increase would probably be the only tool you would need. And then there's a numerical finite difference 3D reservoir model. And then finally, there's the main part, the fracture module. And you get a choice, sometimes confusing choice, of four different fracture models. And we'll kind of try to describe those. Primarily, you would normally use one of these and this planar 3D module. This is a little bit of a special module for very special applications. So everyone got the data that we sent out all right? Well, we had everything out here. There we go. So we're going to look at a relatively geologically simple formation here. The Wasatch Formation out in the Rocky Mountains. Darn it. Pretty much just shale, sand, shale. And what we're going to do today is import our logs, define our formation types, and later we'll use this to set up our geologic layering. Then we'll go to the pressure analysis section, import some injection decline data, and look at determining exposure pressure, reservoir pressure, and permeability. Then we'll come back and look at the reservoir model to determine the type of fracture we might want, long and skinny versus short and fat. Then before we go to the fracture model, return to the logs and calculate our stress and modulus, generate our geologic model, geomechanical model to send back to the frac model, input and retrieve some fluid and proppant data, and then we'll finish with transferring our net pressure data from analysis and do some history matching, and then maybe have time to look at adding a second zone. So let's go ahead. And if any time I go too fast or you know, these software type days are very hard because it requires constant concentration. And you miss one button click and you know you can be kind of lost. Well, don't be lost. Say, whoa, you were too quick there. You know, let's stop and talk about this. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
So I'm doing good here. We just set up and just got started. We're just fixing to open a data file here. So I'll give you a chance to get set up. I'll get a sip of water. So what we hope to go through today is a design process and some pressure analysis. The complete process. Of course, there'll be a lot of nicks and crannies of the software that we won't cover. So you all set up with the data and everything, the software, Hasibu? So if we do a file open, or open existing data set, and in the user school data, which I placed on my desktop, there's an STP file, Wasatch 1 start, and it just has some kind of basic data already input for us. So I'll select that. And so it shows you the name of the data file up at the top. So let's start out. There's two secrets to using StimPlan in its current incarnation. The user face is a little different because its heritage is actually Macintosh, not Windows, going back a long ways. We're in a process of redoing that right now to, I think, I'm not going to say easier or faster, but I'm going to say a much more intuitive interface. Where things are. But one of the secrets to the current reincarnation are these drop-down menus. Just like you have your Windows drop-down menus, File, Edit at the top, all through the software you'll find drop-down menus. For example, this one, log deviation data import and export. So here's where I'm going to load an LAS file. Or I could load a log, which would just be an ASCII file, maybe a post-flight gamma ray file from ProTechnics, just an ASCII file, depth gamma ray, depth gamma ray, depth gamma ray. I can get rid of all my logs or delete depths, shift depths. I can export an LAS file, export to a spreadsheet, or load my deviation data for a deviated well. So let's start. We will load an LAS file. So you should have a Wasatch 1 LAS file. If I open that file, I'll get a little dialog like this. It tells me the depth is in feet, top and bottom. Gives me a list of all the logs that are in the file. And it gives me a data type. And that you just have to know. If the LAS file is coming from the logging company, it will be a measured depth file. If it's coming from a petrophysical analysis, it may be a TVD file. but that information is not included in the LAS specification. You just have to know. I just find that an incredible oversight. But here we have a series of data, and some of it we want to import, some of it not. So I'm going to unselect everything, and I want to select my gamma ray, my density, my compressional and shear sonic, and then everything else we are going to recalculate the modulus and the Poisson's ratio and the stresses. If you weren't sure about what some of these were, you could view text and look at the actual LAS file. And usually there'll be information in here describing what the R is in units of gram per cc. Close that. And so then I want to load this LAS file. And it just warns me you're importing log data in measured depth. If you plan to import deviation data, do it now. It doesn't have to be done first. And there's many things you can do that then you could come back and load the deviation data, but there's some things you cannot do. So if you are going to load deviation data, which we are not, do it now. So again, that loads the data, and we've got more of these drop-down menus. Track. What track do I want to display this data in? Well, gamma ray log I could display in track number 1. Density log I could display in track number, a new track, track number 2. My 2 velocities I could display in a new track, track number 3 for both of them. And I'm using the TVD MD data for logs. A couple of people said they're working on unconventional, so probably working with horizontal wells. If we went over here to load deviation data, you can't have 2 separate sets of deviation data. I can have a set of deviation data that applies to my logs, which might be a straight hole, no deviation data. It might be a pilot well at the heel of my horizontal well. Then I can have a second set of deviation data that applies. Hey, honey. Oh. That applies to my well bore, my horizontal well that I'm actually pumping into. So I'm going to cancel this. So that's what this refers to. So I could have a set of logs here from a vertical pilot well. Then I could have another set of logs from my horizontal well. And I could put those on a TVD scale and actually overlay them. So that's one of the secrets to using StimPlan. Applies throughout the program are these drop-down menus. The other secret is in any plot, right-click. If we have some left-handers in here, left-click. Or got my daughter upside-down click. Well, a log is just a plot, so if I put my cursor over here and right-click, it'll bring up a dialogue of what everything you can do with that plot. And sometimes all you will get will be a properties tab. All you can do is change the font size. That's for these logs, it's quite a bit more than that. For example, if I go to the log tab, gamma ray in this instance, I could set my scales, turn off auto scale and set my scales to 0 to 100. I could do a little smoothing of the log, just a moving average over 3 data points. And I could shade the log. Say I'm going to shade it less than, I'm going to set a cutoff on my gamma ray of 60. I am going to color the log where anywhere gamma ray is cleaner than 60 API units. But I don't want to color it in black. I want to make it stand out. So I'll come over here to the color tablet and drag a color, and then just drag a color. So I'm going to make it a blush pink there. So then I could okay that. But I'm not seeing much of the log. So I could come over here and set a depth scale. Right now it's on 1 inch equal 15 feet. Well, if I made that 1 inch equal 50 feet, or 1 inch equal 100 feet, I could see my entire log. If I want to zoom in on it, I can just drag a box around it. Left, right, doesn't matter. I'm just picking a depth range and zoom in on my log there. And so I've highlighted my pay. And we could do the same thing to the other scales. But once you have got a set of scales that you like in your area, normally you're going to get the same logs from every well. You can build a template and you can save your setup for your plots, the scales, the colors, the whatever, in the form of a template. And so we have another drop-down menu for templates. And with templates, I could open a template, or I can open an external template, or I could save a template or save an external template. Well, save and open, the templates are in your graph preferences file. That's very convenient. They're very easy to find. They're always with you. But you can't share them in any way. An external and save external saves an external Windows file. But you have to remember where that is. So we do an open external. We should have a wasatch1.lgt file, which, if we open that, it asks us some questions. It says there is no log name corrected stress. It says there is no log name static E. Well, I'll just skip that log. But this might arise because you change logging companies. Instead of calling density log RHO, they might call it DEN. And so you'd just come down here and choose a log to replace this log that the template can't find. And so I can then OK. And so it sets my scale, my limits, puts the and the shear velocities on identical scales, colors them differently. Just all the display options is all we're talking about here. What else can we do here? If I right click on one of the tracks, another option is to define my pay zones. And here I've said to look at the log from 0 to 0. That is, look at all the log data. And I'm going to set 2 pay conditions. The first one, if I edit that pay condition, says it's pay when the gamma ray is less than the cutoff of 60. Okay. And go to my second condition, and it's pay log is less than a cutoff of 2.6. And I could then calculate that, and that says the TVD of pay in this well. And it's going to shade it on the logs in a light gray there. And so if I OK, then we can see where the pay is, which is pretty simple in this case, of course. Also an option in there, if I right click again, if I'm dealing with something like the Paleocene where I've got 1,000 feet of rock, where are the good points? If I go to pay zone, I can calculate there. I can plot it. And here it's very simple. The pay is uniformly distributed over this little tiny interval. You get a big thick interval, and this pay percent will come up. And then it can be kind of flat for a while, and then it'll come up, and then be kind of flat for a while, and then come up. And it really targets for you what are the zones that I'm interested in. Yeah, there's little bits of pay here, but that's I have to concentrate on where most of the pay is. It's a pretty useful staging tool. I'll escape to close that. And I'll OK that. Okay, the other thing we can do is define formation types. It'll be used later in our log definitions. And there's another drop-down menu down here. Formation layer, actions, and log calculations. These are just 3 options taken out of this menu. We haven't defined any layers yet, but I could delete my layers. If I define my layers manually in StimPlan, I could transfer them to the logs. Later on, I'll copy my layers from here to StimPlan. Formation database we'll look at right now. Calculate stress log. Yes, we can go ahead and look at now. Calculate overburden gradient would be if I had a density log from surface to TD. That really shouldn't say calculate reservoir pressure log. That should say define a reservoir pressure log. calculate permeability, where you can calculate permeability from an effective porosity correlation. You have capability of doing general log calculations. And you can write the log to a PDF for a scrolling printer. Well, these three are just common options out of that list. So let's calculate our stress log. That's going to be one of our main inputs to our geologic model for fracturing. Since we have a compressional and a shear velocity and a density log, we can calculate Young's modulus and Poisson's ratio, and from that generate a stress log. So if I go to calculate stress log, first thing I have to do is define the logs. It seems kind of silly. But up to this point, these log names they're just titles. They have no meaning. And the units that I assign to the log that came in from the LAS file have no meaning to StimPlan. I mean, that could be microseconds per foot, or it could be months per furlong. You know, it's just a name. But if we want to use it, we have to define it. And so my density log is my bulk density. It is in grams per cc. My VP log is my delta T sonic compressional. My VS log is my delta T sonic shear. And they are in units of microseconds per foot. If I had a reservoir pressure log, then I'd specify the units for that, but we don't. Well, this says I have what I need to calculate a dynamic modulus, a Poisson's ratio. That means I can calculate, if I want to, a correction to a static modulus. I could input my own correlation if I had one, or I can just choose the StimPlan defaults. Since I have a shear sonic, I can calculate a Poisson's ratio and thus calculate a stress log track. I have to input the overburden gradient down to the top of the log. I have to make sure I input a reservoir pressure. And so our reservoir pressure here is 2850, slightly overpressured. And then a local reservoir pressure gradient, we just gave it a gradient of water down to the bottom of our log interval. If you did have depletion, you could come in here to graphical input, and you could define a non-simple reservoir pressure gradient. Then we haven't done our pressure analysis yet. We'll go ahead and calculate a corrected log stress so we don't come back here. What we're going to see in just a moment is the log stress over the pay is 4,200 psi. But we're actually going to measure 4,000. And so we're going to put a correction in that just shifts the log. And then we're actually going to find the shale stresses are quite a bit higher than what the log says they are. So we're going to put in a correction that doubles the shale sand stress difference. And that eventually comes from our history match, and the data just says the fracture is much better confined than the log suggests. At the beginning of the process, of course, I would not even calculate a corrected log stress. I have no basis for correcting it. This is just preventing us from having to come back here. So we'll go ahead and calculate our corrected stress. So then we calculate and we see it's added all these new logs. And we could set these logs up like we did before, or again, we could reload our template, open an external template, open this Wasatch 1 LGT file, and so now it has plotted the corrected stress, and it has plotted the static modulus from our stress log calculations. But we could, at this point then, go ahead and define our layering. Everybody doing okay? And probably the single hardest command to remember and find in StimPlan is in this mode command here. We have been in a zoom pan mode where I can zoom in on my log, or I can zoom out, move around, zoom in again. There are other modes here, one of which is to pick layer tops. One is to shift depths. So pick layer tops. If I choose that, first thing I see is my cursor change to crosshairs. And I want to identify my layer tops. Well, I'll start with a layer top at the top of my logs. And it looks like I got a bit of a silty zone there. Then maybe I get into some good shale, so I'll put a layer top there. Maybe a layer top there. And maybe a layer top here at the top of the sand. And then one at the bottom of the sand. And then again, it looks like I might have a little siltier zone down here, and then back into shale. And you can see, if I come over to my corrected stress log track and right click, careful, don't left click because that'll put another layer in there. And go to the log, the corrected stress. It had been selected that this log is going to be my stress. It has units of PSI. Once again, if I want to use this log, I have to define it. And the local, not the gradient from surface, but the local foot to foot to foot stress gradient is 0.7 PSI per foot. If we go over to this layering transfer tab, we can do this sort of thing for all the logs. And we can say, well, my static E log, which is in track 5, is going to be my modulus. And it has units of millions of PSI. And so any properties I need, if I had a porosity log, I could transfer my porosity. If I had a permeability log, I could transfer permeability, Poisson's ratio. And so we could go ahead, if I OK this. If I go over here to my dynamic Poisson's ratio, I could display that in a new track. I can right-click on that new track. And set a new scale, maybe 0 to 0.5. And I could say I want to transfer this log to Poisson's ratio. And Poisson's ratio has no units. I could then OK. And so the green line is the best fit through each layer of the data. That's what will be transferred. Then for just visual identification purposes, I can define geologic types. This would also have the purpose that when I drill my next well, I may not have the stress logs, the shear sonic log. So what I want to do is define geologic types, rock types, with their properties. So for my next well, where all I have is a triple combo log, I can layer it up and use the information from my pilot well or whatever here. We do that with what we call the formation database, but first I'm going to take this out of the pick layer tops and go back to the zoom pan, just to make sure I don't add any extra layers accidentally. So if I go to formation database, we already have 3 formation types defined. We wanted to add a new one. We could come right in here, add new formation types, and we could call this the Wasatch. Sand. I want that to show up on the logs as kind of a brownish color for sand. 5. A typical rock mechanic fluid loss coefficient I don't know yet, but I can maybe try to calculate a layer of fluid loss. Viscosity of the reservoir fluid is gas, so it'd be some small viscosity. Permeability of the reservoir fluid, I think, is about 0.02 millidarcies. Viscosity of the fracturing fluid filtrate. If my fracturing fluid is going to build a filter cake, then this would just be water. The permeability would be the relative permeability to water, maybe 0.01, relative perm factor of 0.5. The CW or C3 I'd have to get from lab data, maybe 0.002. And the approximate pressure difference between treating pressure and reservoir pressure. Is in our treating pressure. And so that shift leak off is going to be dominated by the filter cake and be on the order of 0.002. So if I like that number, I can okay. Spurt loss, 0 in a tight rock like this. Proppant embedment, I don't have any lab data, but it's not a particularly hard rock. So I might have 0.2 pounds per square foot. Almost a minimum number. That's a half a grain diameter of 2040 proppant on each face of the fracture. Yes, sir, Sergey? Yeah, it is. It says units, but it's not. It's in PSI square root inch. Stress shift, that's not a property. That's something you use in history matching, where I can just shift all the stresses in some type of formation by a certain amount to help me with my history matching. Stress gradient, well, the logs say the stress in the sand is about 4,000 psi. We're at 6,000 feet deep. So that says the stress gradient from the surface is about 0.67 based on the logs. And then similarly, we've got a shale already defined for us with a modulus. It's also about 5. Poisson's ratio is about 5. Proppant embedment, same. And stress gradient, well, the stress in my shales here is more like 5,500 psi at 6,000 feet. So that's like 0.9 psi per foot, I think. And we could define a silty rock type, which is 5.3. Some very low fluid loss coefficient, some proppant embedment, and a stress gradient of about 0.77. So that's about 5,000 psi at 6,000 feet. And so we've defined 3 different types of formations based on our logs, have defined their properties. And so let's look at databases. There are 4 types of databases in StimPlan: for fluids, for proppants, for formation types, and for pipe frictions. They all operate the same way. So I have got an internal database here with 4 rock types in it. And I could have 50 rock types in my internal database. It just gets hard to sort them out. And then I can have external databases. And so I want to access an external database. And I don't have one, so I want to create a new external database. And this is for Rocky Mountain formations. And of course, it is empty. So I'm going to add a new category for the Wasatch. And I could have defined those names and imported all those properties here. But now I'm going to go back to StimPlan and I'm going to OK. So I'm going to OK here. And I want to copy these formation types to the database. So I want to copy the shale, the silty, and the Wasatch sand. I want to put it in the category Wasatch in that external database. And so then I OK. Now I'm back in the external database, the layer characterization database. I'm in the Wasatch category. And in that category, there are 3 formation types: a shale, a silty, and a Wasatch sand that are now can be on a server or something for other people to access and use, or which I can pull up anytime. Base just gives you a way to file things, and then you copy to StimPlan, or if I just OK and go back to StimPlan, I can copy from StimPlan to the database. And so I can copy formation types or fluid types or proppant types either way. So this gives us our formation definition. So I'll close my dialogues here. Remember, I got to that by going to a right click from any of the log tracks. Or actually, I was in the formation database here. I can just close that. Now I can define these layers. And we can do that over here. Layer 1 is a silty zone. Layer 2, and I'm going to fill down, is a shale. also do that here. Treat this as a log track. Layer 3 is a silty zone. Layer 4 is my Wasatch sand. Layer 5 is shale. Layer 6 is silty. And the bottom layer is back to shale again. And this is just for visual identification. So my next well where all I have is a triple combo, and I can identify things as shale, silty, sand, and all these properties which came from these special logs will be pulled up from the formation database. Have a conflict? Oh, when we actually transfer the layers from here to StimPlan, it will transfer the log data. Yeah, for each layer. It will, you know, in the formation database, you know, we have said the shale has a certain modulus. Since we actually have a log for that, this fixed value will not be transferred. Rather the values here from the actual log will be transferred. This will override that fixed value.
How small is too small to make a layer? You put that little silty guy on top of your wall stack.
Right.
Is there, do you typically?
Oh, that's probably not.
How detailed do you get when you're picking?
You know, for example, just based on triple combo, I might have been tempted to put a little layer right here in the middle of the sand, but since I have the stress log, it says there's nothing there. But if I've got, you know, layers where I think I have a significant stress variation, I would put them in. You know, what's significant? Well, I have a total range of stresses here of about 1,200 psi, and so I'd say, you know, anything on the order of 300 psi is significant. You know, 100 psi, that's not. So it's a bit of a judgment. Obviously, the more and the smaller layers, the longer the simulation is going to take to run.
I've had occasions where I've had collaboration with geoscientists who get really enthused about layer. And so I've seen several hundred feet integrated down to 2 to 3 foot sections. And it's just watch the system down. And what at the end of the day was they were like saying, learn the judgment patience. Putting in hundreds of layers, the system can compute it all. It just takes a lot of time to do it. And what we found out was running the two side by side in different modes generated basically the same prediction.
There's a limit of 100 layers. I wouldn't suggest putting that many in there, but there is a limit.
That's a good limit.
So, questions, comments about the logs? I think we've covered quite a bit of it. Well, the final step here would be to transfer this layers to StimPlan. We didn't put them in, but we also have perforations input here, 5970 to 6012. And we're going to use the same interval for our fracture initiation interval. And those are marked right here. So if I want to transfer layers to StimPlan, another thing worth mentioning at this point, we said there's these 4 modules: logs, pressure analysis, reservoir, and the fracture module. Those are like 4 standalone pieces of software. They just happen to store all of their data in a common database, but they do not communicate unless you specifically transfer to or copy from. You could have 4 different sets of perforations in the program. Unless you copy from or transfer to, there is no communication between the 4 modules. And so when we transfer layers to StimPlan, and we're going to transfer this geologic layering, we're going to transfer it to the fracture model, geologic model. We could also transfer it to a reservoir model. And so this is going to be a new, I'll just rename this, use corrected stress log stresses. Okay. Model names are okay. Use corrected stress. Transfer the perforation depths to StimPlan. Yes. Those of you working on horizontal wells, you'd probably say no here. Or if you had multiple perforated intervals, you'd probably say no here. In the logs, you can only deal with 1 perforated interval. But the simulation can deal with multiple perforated intervals. So then I'll say okay, and nothing particularly outstanding will happen. But at that point, I am really through here. We have used our log data to build our geomechanic profile, to determine our pay, which we'll use for our reservoir calculations. So I can OK. If I then went to the frac data, and say went to the geologic layering, you can see here's what we have transferred. We went to the graphical input. We could see it. And we can collect what we want to plot on here with variables. I'm not interested in poroelasticity, but I would like to see my log, and I would like to see my fluid loss coefficient. And on my log, it's showing me my stress, but I'd rather see the entire log panel. And so here is my corrected stress over here. I can put the finger on it, mouse down, and I can drag that over here. this other stress that was already here, I can mouse down on that and drag it away. So we can put our actual log data on top of our layering here, just again for visual purposes. And I can mouse down and drag my modulus data over here. My fonts here are a little bit small. The dialogues associated with that plot, the properties, I could make the fonts a little bit smaller. And so here we've set up our geologic model. So before we go to the reservoir model, it'd be nice to know something about formation permeability and reservoir pressure. And we have some injection data that might help us with that. So I'll OK, and I'll OK. And this might be a good time to do a file, save as my Wasatch. So I'm 99.9% confident in our software, but I'm only 90% confident in Windows. One thing we'll mention here in passing, if something does happen, it's been known to happen, the software crashes, just restart the software. Do not reopen a data file. It's constantly saving everything in the background. And most likely you will recover 99% of everything you've done when you just restart it. And if you go back and reread your data file, then you're back to the last time you physically did a file save. So we've looked at the logs module, we've set up our geologic layering. We want to go to the reservoir model, but we need some permeability information. So if I go to the pressure rate analysis, this is where we communicate with the outside world. And we've already got some data in here. Not quite sure why. But let's get rid of it. We can clear the data. And OK. So again, just like the main window, we've got several areas here. The upper left is where we deal with the data. We import it, export it, delete it, etc. Once we have some data in, the data plot over here is just for managing the data, viewing the data. And then the analysis is down here where we select a test. We can delete a test, and then we can analyze a test, and the test that we have defined will be listed down here. So let's start. We'll import some data. And StimPlan can import any ASCII data, be tab delimited, comma delimited, CSV files, space delimited, just simple data files. And we should have a text file, Wasatch combined data. And we open that, and anytime you import data in StimPlan, you will get a dialog like this. And so what do we have here? I don't know, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. We can go down here and view the data. So we have time in minutes, rate in barrels per minute, tubing pressure in PSI, bottom hole pressure in PSI. So column 1 here is time in minutes. Column 2 is rate. Column 3 is tubing pressure. Column 4 is bottom hole pressure. So column 1 is a time. It has units of minutes. Another common time we see is hour, hour, colon, minute, minute, colon, second, second, colon. That would be imported as 3 separate columns of data, which you would indicate as a time in hours, a time in minutes, and a time in seconds. And it will recombine. Our next column is a pump rate in barrels per minute. Our next column is a pressure with units of PSI. And our last column is a pressure with units of PSI. So once we have defined all of that, again, just like we did with logs, if this is a common format you're going to get from your pumping company or your gauge company, you can save this as a template. You know, Baker Offshore used to have a template like this that had 60 columns of data in it. And I was really only interested in columns 1 and 2 and 12 and 22 and 36. But it was pretty tedious. So I could save that as a template because that's what they always transferred. And it would just fill in this information at the top. And so I can import this data. One thing, real time. What if I'm going to be bringing in this data real time? Okay, some other external software is logging this data and putting the data into an ASCII file. StimPlan does not care where that ASCII file is coming from. If I say this is real time, I'm going to say I want to check on this every 15 seconds. Every 15 seconds, software will go out, check on that file, say, well, there's 15 new data points here, it'll read them in. If you're just watching the data, you might want to put it on 1 second or something, but if you're trying to do some analysis work, you probably don't want to do that. It's going to spend all its time reading in 1 data point a second. But that is the only difference between doing something real time and doing it in a post-analysis mode. Internally in the software, it doesn't care that it's real time. It just wants to know about an ASCII file that it goes out and reads. And so then real time or post evaluation, I would then import the data. And it imports it as a time series with 3 variables: rate, tubing pressure, and bottom hole pressure. I can then add these to the data plot, either all together or one at a time. And the data plot is used for managing the data and visualizing the data. So if I go to the data plot, I can open the data plot, and so it has just plotted the data. So I have my tubing pressure is in green, my bottom hole pressure is in red. So I have a little bitty injection test here. I then have a viscous fluid mini frac, a long pressure decline, and I then have a step rate test. Need this data out here, and so I can, by time, select times, put my cursor to the left, mouse down, and drag my cursor over here. You see it marked all the data between those two times. I can then delete times. So the way this plot is designed is you select something, then you do something. And then there are shortcuts. I can do a quick delete, where I just drag a box around the data that I want to get rid of. I can select a time series. So I'll point to this time series and select it. What do you want to do with all of that data? I want to shift it in time. Again, I put my cursor back on it. Now, necessarily on exactly the same time scale. You can use them to line them up with time. I can then use an option we call resample to put those two different sets of data together into one set of data. And there's other options here. Calculate bottom hole pressure, reduce the data. I have a long, big data set. Pieces of it are less important than other pieces. I could select times. And say, well, I don't really care that much about this data out here. And so I can mouse down, drag to the left, and select times. Mouse down and drag to. Well, a little embarrassing here. What am I doing wrong? Select times. I could then, within what I've selected, I could reduce the data based just on time. I don't want more than one data point a minute. And I don't care what the pump rate or the pressure is. Just give me one data point a minute. And so I could OK. And if I zoomed in on that, another function here, I can zoom. You can see we have really thinned that data out. I can always undo one thing. And that data is back. Or I can undo everything by canceling. Just kicks me out of the data plot, and everything I've done is, if I've lost track of what changes I've made, I can undo them all. And then there is an unzoom command. And then there are shortcuts. If I just drag a box around data, it assumes that I want to zoom. And I can use this unzoom symbol one at a time to back out of that. And so it's a good data management tool. We don't do any analysis here. We just manage the data, remove bad data points, combine two separate sets of data, etc. So I'm going to OK that. So where are we here? Find our formation types. So now we have to select a test period for analysis. So we select. What is it that I want to analyze? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, select analysis variable. Well, I want to analyze the data 1 bottom hole pressure. 2, select the test type. Well, we've got a little injection, decline, another injection, decline, and finally a step rate. So my first test here is an injection. So I want to define an injection test. 3 and 4, select the start and end times. Well, here's the little test I'm interested in. So I'm going to zoom in on that. And so this test started maybe right there where I had a little breakdown pressure. And this test ended right there. So then I can OK. And this is, I'm going to call this a defit injection. If you're not familiar with that acronym, it's originally stood for Diagnostic Fracture Injection Test. I prefer to call it a Diagnostic Formation Injection Test because we're not trying to measure anything about the fracture. We're trying to measure formation variables, closure stress, permeability, reservoir pressure. But it's just become an acronym people use for small volume water injection test, low rate, small volume injection test. And so then I confirm that. And that defines a test down here for me to analyze. Then I want to do that again. I'm going to select a test. Everything's the same. Bottom hole pressure. But now it is a decline, a pressure decline. So here's my injection. Here's my decline. So again, I want to zoom in on that. So where did this test begin? Well, it began right there. Where did it end? Well, I guess it ended right there. And so I can OK that. And so this is my defit And if we get to them, we can define the other tests later. So if I want to analyze the decline, I can highlight something on that row and analyze, or I can just analyze here. Our first analysis plot, what this does, there's no actual data associated with these tests. It just marks 2 points in time. And it says during these 2 points in time, here's what we were doing. So when I go to analysis, it brings in the data between those 2 points in time and does the specialized plots that are appropriate to whatever test we have said was done during this period. So if I analyze a decline test, we start out with a Horner plot, which is used to possibly indicate radial flow. The data is going from right to left, and I'm just interested in this final data. So again, just like the data plot, if I mouse down and drag a box, it will zoom in. And what I'm looking for is a straight line. And I can fit a line, just putting my cursor to the left of the data and to the right of the data. And it will fit a straight line through that data. Then this looks R of 2780, which is close to what I thought reservoir pressure was. Is radial flow. One thing I can then do is mark the start of that radial flow. It looks like we got on that straight line right about there. Next is the instant shut-in pressure plot. And I'm pumping, and it looks like my rate and pressures are not really lined up very well. But you know, if I kind of say, well, I was shut in and pressure dropped from there to there, and then pressure flattened out a little bit. Maybe the instant shut-in pressure is right there. Or log plot is another diagnostic plot. Common plots we use to determine closure pressure are the square root of time plot. And we can see we have the data very flat, very straight line here. So I could fit a line from there to there. We then have a transition, another flat derivative, another straight line through here. Fit a line from there to there. And this would indicate my fracture closure pressure. So we have our ISIP plot up here. Closure pressure has to be greater than this pseudo-radial flow. And so this is how we determine our fracture closure pressure. G plot is very similar or identical. And see, one plot gives us 4,019 and the other plot gives us 4,017. Just two different ways of plotting the same data. The other type of analysis we can do is the after closure analysis for formation properties. And for this, we have to know the volume we pump. So we can choose our pump rate variable, data 1 rate. And we can choose how much did we inject. And, well, I started injection there, and I ended here, although it really doesn't matter where I put the second line. But all I'm interested in is the volume. So we pump 1,000 gallons. Okay, on the left here, we were doing fracture analysis. Now we can do after closure analysis. Top left there. So one is pre-closure fracture analysis. The other is after closure analysis for reservoir properties. First thing we're going to need is our volume we pumped. We have to select our pump rate variable, and then we mark in time the pumping, and it just computes the total volume pumped. Then we have all the input for the analysis, most of which comes from the pre-closure analysis. First off, it's a gas well, instant shut-in pressure. From the Horner plot, we had an estimate for P star and pump time. From the square root plot, we had an estimate for closure pressure and fluid efficiency. And from the volume plot, we had our volume pumped. Then needs to know the net pay height. Well, that came from our logs. It was 37 feet. Sure, fairly cool, 160, I think. Cost is about 12%. Stone with a porosity of 12%. Water compressibility, well, reservoir pressure, we think is 2776. Some salt content. It is probably gas saturated. And so I can apply all, and it'll apply those correlation properties. Fluid properties, this is for my reservoir fluid. This is associated gases, not condensate. Methane is 0.65. Reservoir pressure and reservoir temperature, and so I can calculate my gas properties from correlations. The only important property here is the gas viscosity. When we go to measure the permeability, we can't measure permeability. We measure KH over mu. We've input H, now we've input mu, and so lo and behold, we can get a permeability. can look at a log-log plot, particularly the derivative here, and we see right at the end, the derivative's kicking over into a -1 slope there. Take off all the smoothing. That indicates radial flow. So if I've reached radial flow, I can go to the regimes plot. Wish we had more data here. We don't. So I can refit a unit slope. And something's happened here. Well, somewhere I've put in a wrong number. 2776. That all looks good. That all looks good. What have I done wrong here? I don't know. Refit unit slope. There's the unit slope. And there is the dp over dp prime, and it's coming down to 1, right where it's supposed to be. But where is the other curve here? Supposed to be another curve here. Oh, wait a minute. So again, the sparseness, if I take put more smoothing into the data, what we should see is the data coming down on a unit slope, the derivative coming up and laying right on top of the data, and this ratio coming down to be 1. This data is just too sparse. I wonder if when I thinned it out, yeah, I think I thinned it out and messed up the data. That's what I did. I thinned it out and then I zoomed and then I did an undo, but that undid the zoom. So I messed us up here on this data. I apologize. It's just too sparse for taking the derivatives. But if I take this and I mark my radial flow, which would be here where this ratio is 1 and where this is on a -1 slope. And again, I did that. If I clear flow regimes, go here to the mode command and select mark radial flow, which is where this is on a -1 slope. Put my mouse there at the end of it, mouse down and drag to the left. Mark the radial flow period. And then go to the analysis plot. And so that suggests that my reservoir pressure is 2776 and permeability is about 0.1 millidarcy.
This is effective.
Yes, this is permeability to gas, yes. Effective, not absolute.
You are injecting water.
Yeah, but the water now is stagnant. The water is just a skin. The reservoir pressure transient is way out in the reservoir. And so we are measuring the permeability to gas, not to the water. Pardon me. So this gives me my reservoir parameters I need, and for later on analysis gives me the fracture closure pressure. So questions about any of this, the plots, the data manipulation, or the theory? Don't have time to go into a lot of the theory, but
We go back to the
fluid properties, okay.
Well, we don't have enough data in that field to make a conclusion.
No, well, I thinned out the data and destroyed it.
No, even if you have a good information, with 5 minutes of data, I believe.
No, you're absolutely right. I'd much rather have a longer data set where I can really see this plot, this being on a unit slope, the derivative being right on top of it, the ratio coming down to 1. I think we would have seen that somewhat better if I hadn't thinned the data out. But still, it is a very short data set. We have just barely reached radial flow. And that makes you wonder, did we reach it at all? Or if I had another 20 minutes worth of data or something, I'd have a much higher comfort level with the data.
So with this calculation, the permeability perhaps is so high or so low? What is your feeling?
Oh, with this, I don't think you could say whether it's too high or too low. You know, if we are right at the beginnings of radial flow, then it's a good number. But if we're not, it's not a good number. And so I guess it'd be too high.
Well, in my experience, when I try to model different tests, the permeability is always high compared with the history match. After 3 years production, 4 years production, that permeability coming from history match. So it's one order of magnitude below.
Low. Okay.
I don't know if it's it's not enough data from different tests or.
Yeah, well, this is not a good test, and just the nature of what we do, we don't get to follow 3 years of production history. You know, got several sets of data where we have buildup tests, and the permeability compares very well, including one well where it's a microdarcy permeability, and we've got a 2-year buildup test. The well's just sitting out in the middle of a desert. Every few months they go pull the gauge and read it and run the gauge back in there, and well, it's just sitting there. The permeability from that 2-year buildup test agrees very well. I mean, like maybe 6 microdarcies compared to 4 microdarcies or something. But just the nature of our business, we don't get to follow the production history. So I'm certainly willing to take your word that the production history match doesn't match. I don't know. All I can speak to is build-up test results. And so this gives us our reservoir parameters that we can go in and do some reservoir modeling work with. And a good time again to do a file save. And we've been at it for a couple of hours here, so why don't we take a break, take a stretch, get a coffee, get a snack, let y'all charge up with some questions, so we'll come back and see any questions people have about anything we've done so far. I think I may real quickly see what I did to that data. Yeah, see, there's the original data.
Like the power, we've got the power steps, but I don't have the.
I don't have
Oh,
a.
it needs.
Cured all your ills, huh?
Yeah. I mean, it sure was good when I needed it. Not eating much this morning.
What is their comprehensive?
I thought it was surprisingly good. You know, they actually said the registration, total registration was 2,000. But I don't, there's something wrong with that number. You know, the actual attendance at the talks was never more than 200 or any of the talks. And that's a high number.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, a whole lot of those people were just, day registrants that went to the exhibits.
Okay, yeah.
Or, what it was. I did attendance
No,
in the
even
paper
from
was
the-
down 50% or more than 50%. I guess I was surprised it wasn't worse.
Yeah. We're trying not to admit how bad it is.
Yeah. I was talking the other day about third leg down. I guess a lot of the other downturns, we're on the third leg down right now, so maybe this is the bottom.
I can't imagine that it's not. We've anticipated a variety of things in terms of allowing this additional production stuff. Now OPEC's actually having conversations about curtailing production.
Yeah, well, this is hurting them terribly.
I mean, I just wondered how much of this was targeted to try to impact the law.
Yeah, are the unconventionals
Going well.
I mean, Saudi's up their production.
I don't know another
Oh,
name.
yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, they like the domestic,
They're
unconventional stuff.
But of course, they don't like Iran or the Russians.
Exactly. They dominate. the game.
He didn't really care.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Be interested.
It's gonna be a bad year.
That's why I should.
Really go to art cards. Check please. Difference. Yeah.
Let's get that. And see that man's having trouble with. Oh, okay.
I was trying to give him why he is so he can set up the StimPlan thing, but then before I could do that, it
Ran out of battery. Okay. Let's see here. So here's what that data should have looked like. And a little bit more convincing, although it does come to the same answer. Here we see this is flattening out at 1, which is the indicator of radial flow. And these two should be right on top of each other, which could mean that reservoir pressure is a little bit low. Make that reservoir pressure 2850. Well, that puts these right on top of one another. And that's right on 1. And then I mark my radial flow regime in this period right here. And the analysis then gives me 0.1 millidarcies. And reservoir pressure 2850. So I'm not quite sure. I guess I thinned it out accidentally. Another question I had there was on the logs, was what if we had porosity calculating a bulk density? If I go to the logs, let me get my file back. I go to the logs. We mentioned the log calculations in this drop-down bar at the bottom there, formation layer actions and log calculations. There was one option that just said log calculations. And what this is essentially an Excel spreadsheet. And little known fact is Excel is actually buried inside of Internet Explorer. So it's actually Excel doing the calculations via Internet Explorer. I'm not sure I remember the equation, but instead of operating grid by grid or cell by cell, it operates by columns. So my bulk density here column A, go to porosity. My new log title is porosity D, and see if I can remember the formula. Bulk density is 1 minus V. I'm going to need a piece of papers. Rho is 1 minus V, 2.65, that's V times 0.43. So, 2.65 minus the bulk density divided by 2.2. Something like that. Assuming water field sandstone. Porosity is equal to 2.65 minus A divided by 2.2. We defined A as being the bulk density log, and so the units then are going to be a fraction. Oh, water is 1, right. So this should be 2.65 plus B times 1, so that's minus 1.65. And so this would be divided by 1.65. Thank you. So then I can calculate, and it adds a new log for porosity, which I could plot on a new log track. And so you make the scale, again, right click on the log track, go to the 4OD and put it on a scale of 0 to 0.2. And so we got about 10% porosity. And so if my density log were in porosity, I could use the same thing and go back to a bulk density. So you can do any log calculations that you can write an Excel formula for. Any other questions on anything so far? No? Everybody good? Reservoir calculates in, and we can start with the simplest one, calculate a folds of increase, not really applicable for something with this low of permeability. It's a very simple calculation. If I think my maximum fracture height is the zone thickness, and I've perforated the zone, and I have 37 feet of net pay height, certain drainage area, certain wellbore radius, effective fracture length is 1, permeability is 0.1, prop loss to embedment, maximum possible prop coverage, I don't really know. Closure pressure, we had about 4,100 or something. Bottom hole flowing pressure may be 500 under production conditions. Assume my foam fluid here has a proppant damage factor of 0.7, 30% loss, 70% regain permeability as compared to my proppant data. So I've got proppant data for various types of proppant, Ottawa sand 2040. And so that's just a damage factor relative to that. If I then go to fracture penetration and assume I could achieve 1 pound per square foot, and I see, well, if this permeability is just a straight line, longer and longer and longer is better and better and better. And that was with the 1630. If I looked at different proppant types, I looked at the 2040, I can see it's the same, so I don't need the bigger sand. Or if I looked at lower proppant concentration, I can see didn't really make too much difference. Everything is driven by fracture length for this low permeability case. So it's a very quick design tool. Pardon me? What type of model? Well, it's just a skin type calculation. Well, I mean, this really goes back to basically Pratt's and equivalent wellbore radius concept with some modifications to it for a converging flow. If my perforated height's less than my frac height, there's modifications to it to take that into account. This is an equivalent wellbore radius or a skin type of calculation. So this is for very, very quick calculations. Also an analytical reservoir model, which is for very simple cases intended for tight gas. And it's just noted this is for low pressure wells in infinite acting flow periods. So if you get into drainage boundary effects, this becomes a tank model. It's not really a reservoir model. But again, I can input all my parameters here. Permeability 0.1, porosity, water saturation, closure pressure, reservoir pressure, and input my fluid properties. And then I can look at results for various fracture lengths. I want to look at a fracture lengths from 10 feet to 1,000 feet, conductivities of 500 and 2,000 millidarcy feet. And I want to look at the Hume at 5 years. And it says, well, even on this little bit more sophisticated scale, the 500 millidarcies does almost as good as the 2,000, and the Hume is just going up and up and up with fracture length. So this considers the transient flow effects. If I went back and look at the results here for a particular case with fracture length of 600 feet, some conductivity, 100 millidarcy feet, some permeability. So this is looking at the transient flow behavior for a tight gas well. But it's based on type curves. So it's a simple case, constant bottom hole flow and pressure, infinite acting reservoir. And finally, there's the reservoir simulator. This is a three-dimensional finite difference, single phase flow. Reservoir simulator does include non-Darcy flow effects. So if we go to the input data for the reservoir model, we got lots of strange numbers here. Well, my perforation data I can transfer from the frac model. Flow ID, flow string length, I guess is 5970 to the top perforation. Wellbore radius, 0.35. Frac scan is 0. For my formation layering data, I can transfer from frac. And it just warns you that fracture model is just solving on the surface, so a lot of layers doesn't hurt that badly, although you can go to extremes. But the reservoir model is solving through the whole volume, so you want to try to limit your layers as much as you can. And I say, okay, I understand that. So it just transfers things over. But I want to thin that out. For example, this bottom shale doesn't contribute any, nor does that silt. And by the same token, these upper layers don't contribute any. So I can really narrow that down to just a single layer. Water saturation, 0.2. Horizontal permeability, vertical permeability, 0.01. The closed boundary, use non-Darcy flow calculations in the fracture. It's a vertical well, it's a gas well. So just a basic input. Drainage acre is a square, 320 acres. Fractures. Also put in a horizontal well and do multiple fractures. Fluid properties again. Calculated. But actually, these simple calculations here are not used in the simulation. Simulation will be based on a table of Z factor and gas viscosity versus pressure. And so the compressibility of the gas and the viscosity of the gas will be changing with pressure during the simulation. Simulation control. Well, I want to look at 10 years of production, 120 months, at a constant wellhead pressure of 500 psi. A constant wellhead pressure. And I'll just do pure wellhead pressure, no maximum rate. Cases. Well, here, one thing you can do is actually use your frac model results for the actual proppant distribution predicted by the fracture model. Or you can run theoretical cases for just a more rectangular fracture. And so I want to look at 200 feet to 1,000 feet in 5 steps. Conductivity, I'll calculate from my proppant data. So from my foam, I get my damage factor. I'll select my 2040 sand, an effective coverage of 0.5 pound per square foot. In situ proppant stress is about 4,000 psi. And so that's going to give me, it says beta factor, the non-Darcy flow factor is 0. Okay, that fills that in there, but let's go look at our proppant data. Our 2040 sand, and we see we have no non-Darcy flow parameters from our lab data, so we can use porosity permeability calculations for that, and our proppant damage factor. Still using correlations. There they are. I don't know what was happening there. So that gives us our beta factor. Now if I go back to the simulation control, calculate from proppant data, and recalculate again, now I get my width and my beta factor. So those are coming out 0 because the data wasn't there. So that's one set of cases. Then run a second set of cases. I'll just duplicate that first row, and I'll just set the non-Darcy beta factor to 0 so we can care what is non-Darcy impacting flow in any way. You can also compare with historical actual production data. You can input your production rate, versus time from actual production data and compare with the measured and the simulated pressures. So I'll OK that. And I can run the numerical reservoir model. So it's running 10 cases. Everybody with me okay? And when you're done, you get the graphs menu here. How's everybody done or nope? Okay. Okay, so you know, production over time just gives you the individual results. So here's the 200-foot case for conductivity, rate versus time, and cum versus time. You can look at each individual result. Or if I close that plot, production versus length is like that other plot. I select what I want to plot. If I look at rate at 1 month, if I ignore non-Darcy flow and if I include the effects of non-Darcy flow, it has a huge effect at early time. When we have a potential for very high rates. I look at cum at 1 year, well, there's still a 50% reduction. I look at a cum at 5 years, getting smaller, but still a significant difference. So non-Darcy flow to below permeability case is significant. So that might say, well, could we make a wider fracture? The simple model said, well, you know, you didn't need, you had more conductivity than you needed. But here we see that we don't. So, again, years here is 3 DCF. What if one fracture along a horizontal well? Well, what would be the difference? Would be the perforated height. I'd only have something like 1 foot perforated. And so if I make that 6,000 to 6,001 feet for your horizontal well, and again, okay, and run the numerical simulator again. How are we doing? Still running? Well, that's good. Better than if it quit running. So again, if I look at my production versus length and look at the cum at 5 years, and boy, now with the non-Darcy effects, it has really knocked it back. I wanted to drill a horizontal well in this 0.1 millidarcies. I'm really going to have to think about what tail him in with some good ceramic proppant or something. A combination of the converging flow and the non-Darcy effects in 0.1 millidarcies is very, very, very severe. horizontal wells might not be that great a candidate for this 0.1 Maladarcy formation. So for our case, looks like we're interested in a fairly long fracture. You know, and even ignoring non-Darcy effects, you know, it's starting to get pretty skinny up above 600 feet or so. I mean, going from 200 to 400 is a pretty healthy increase, and 400 to 600 is on the order of half a BCF, and 600 to 800 is about 300. 800 to 1,000 is pretty small, so something in the 600-foot range would probably be a pretty good design goal without actually doing any detailed economics. So we use our reservoir models to, pardon me, come up with what type of fracture length do we want. Do we want vertical or horizontal wells? Horizontal wells, what is our fracture spacing should it be? Do we want transverse versus longitudinal fractures? All those things can be considered in the reservoir model here. Questions, comments about, for example, for horizontal wells? I'd say it was a horizontal well. Now, of course, the perforations go out of it. And I have a lot more input here, the lateral length, cased hole, number of fractures along that lateral length. Where is the lateral landed? Signified here is the TVD depth from the top of the pay. And the top of the pay just means the top of your first layer here. So if I were down at 2989 feet, this would be 20 feet. And so I can study fracture spacing effects in terms of rate and cum versus time for different cases there. And, other thing for higher permeability cases, thick formations, you can also simulate a slant well at some angle. Now that's non-stimulated well. I'm better off with a vertical well, fracture, or drill a slant well and get the stimulation from the greater reservoir contact. Just how does a frac well compare with a deviated well? So, questions? Oh, it's Friday, but y'all are quiet.
It's Friday.
I think it was Monday or something. Yeah. Pardon? I'm sorry, Sergey? KV? I just put it to 10% of the horizontal. You know, if you're using the simple simulation control here, vertical permeability doesn't play any significant role because the simulation assumes the fracture is covering, no matter how many layers here, it assumes the fracture is uniformly covering all of those layers, so vertical permeability doesn't really play any role. If you use the option to bring in your gridded frac model results, that may not be true because you may not have covered the whole pay with proppant. And so now vertical perm could become a fairly important factor. Offshore, you can do a frac pack simulation. When I check that, I get a new dialog here. Now I've got the proppant, gravel permeability, perforations, perforation diameter, open hole IDs, etc. And it includes a wellbore pack into the simulation. And that always includes non-Darcy flow in the wellbore pack. So you have to input the non-Darcy beta factor there. Okay, so we now have our initial geologic model. Based on our log data, we've got our design goal of 600 plus feet of propped half length with 2040 Ottawa sand. What would our design look like? Well, first we need some fluid and proppant data. So if we go to simulator data here in the fracture module, first input dialog is well data, and this is just general well data. We drilled 8 3/4 bit through the reservoir. We ran 5.5 inch casing. 5.5 13-pound casing to a total TD of 6,100 feet. Pipe friction factor is 1. When we put in pipe friction later, you can only put it in for one fluid type and one pipe type. So then if you have different pipe types in the well, you have to include a friction factor for the different pipe sizes. And we are treating down casing. Surface lines, we'll just assume there's negligible volume. So our displacement volume is 4.9 thousand gallons to the top perforation. Reservoir, input is general reservoir properties. Very little of these actually impact any calculations. It's more just for historic information, wellbore radius, drainage area, initial and current reservoir pressures, expected bottom hole flowing pressure, temperatures, porosity, permeability, our rock and compressibilities, closure pressure, gas type. Again, those numbers have already been transferred down here for us. Just general reservoir fluid information. Very little of it goes directly into the fracture model simulation at all. This is just We've already looked at the geologic layering, which is the most important input, but we also need fluid and proppant data. So if we go to fluid data, and we mentioned databases, you can have an internal database, and here we have a couple of foams. We have a slick water, a poor quality foam. This is the foam that was actually used, 30-pound HPG foam. Again, we can have external databases. If I access a database, I don't have one open, so I'd have to open and use an existing database. They are normally installed in the same folder where StimPlan is installed. And that's BJ fluids, slick water fluids. StimPlan.fluid is a general database for everything except crosslink fluids. Let's use a nitrogen foam, say a 40-pound foam at 150 degrees Fahrenheit, 70 quality foam. So that has my rheology properties for that foam. And I can copy this to StimPlan. So it works just like that formation rock type database. So now that fluid is in my local internal database. So these are the fluids I can use to define a pump schedule with. Type of rheology data that's input. I look at it graphically. I am inputting a power law fluid, an N prime and a K prime. But usually for convenience, I input that as a non-Newtonian N prime and a viscosity at some shear rate. So then we are entering the viscosity at the entrance to the fracture, at the wellbore where the fluid is cool. And as it heats up to reservoir temperature, the viscosity comes down. And once it reaches reservoir temperature, then viscosity becomes a function of time. So it degrades with time after that. We look at a typical set of data. And this is not for foam, this is actually for crosslink data. But if we look at our data, one of the files in here was a spreadsheet, Wasatch viscosity data. And this is a typical report we would get for our fluids. And we'll just take this first one. Everybody find this file all right? Anybody not find it? Okay. We just select this first fluid down here at the bottom. This is typically how the data would come. They would give you N prime and K prime values. What you would need to know is how was the fluid tested. They're giving you viscosities at different shear rates. Well, that fluid was tested at one of these shear rates. And this particular report doesn't tell me that, so I'd have to go back and ask, okay, what shear rate did you test this at? Because that's the one I want to use, because the calculated results are questionable. They're based on this N prime, and this N prime is usually no good. This is not measured values. This comes from some database correlations, and you can see N primes going from 0.5 to 0.2. That doesn't happen in nature. N prime is always going towards 1. N prime of 1 is a Newtonian fluid, and these fluids are always degrading and going back to water. And so this is something in there. Again, they're not measuring this as part of the test. Yeah, which is it's a shear hardening fluid. Only shear hardening fluid I know of is cornstarch. There, mix cornstarch with water. The harder you stir it, the harder it is to stir. That's not how our frac fluids work. I don't know, maybe cornstarch would be a good frac fluid. I don't know. So if I were going to input data for this fluid, I went back to StimPlan here, I might say add a new fluid. And this is a cross-link fluid. Specific gravity of 1.04. Foam quality is 0. All correction factor is 1. That's really just a foam number. Where foams support proppant much better than their viscosity would indicate because of their structure. And so the viscosity at 40 reciprocal seconds at wellbore temperature, at a cool temperature, was 2,000. And then when it reached formation temperature of 276, at a time of 20 minutes, it had declined to 600. And then 30 minutes later, half an hour, be at 50 here, it had declined to 300. And another 30 minutes after 1 hour, which would be 80 minutes here, it had declined to 200. And then after 2 hours, I'm just going to have to extrapolate. So after an hour and a half, it was still 160. And I wish I had this on a bigger plot. But we'll just assume after 6 hours, it's down to 10 centipoise. And if we look at it graphically, we can see that looks like this. And I might want to smooth that out a little bit. more natural looking behavior. And the end primes will 0.5 at the beginning looks okay, and it's going up to about 0.8, so that looks reasonable. And so that would give me a StimPlan fluid description for this data file. And this is very typical of what we get from the labs, is really just a viscosity versus time. It's important you know the shear rate it was tested at. And then you just have to kind of make up an end prime. Generally, we're talking about values that go from around a half up towards 1 as the fluid degrades. Proppant data, very similar. And we have a couple of proppants here. Again, we can access a database. And again, we don't have one open, so we can open and use an existing database. And we have databases from a lot of proppant manufacturers. This had gotten totally out of control. So if you want to look for a silver lining in things, the number of proppant suppliers is coming back to a more reasonable level. ATCE in Houston last year, I think there was 60 some odd proppant suppliers exhibiting there. And they don't all have the same products. Their product quality varies significantly. But the StimPlan.prp file, a good general database, includes data for sand, ceramics, intermediate strength, bauxite, different resin-coated sands. These are all cases where we could find at least 2 sets of independent laboratory data. Manufacturer's data plus at least 1 other independent lab report. And then we kind of average those with our prejudices built in. But the manufacturer's data, be careful where it comes from, but most of the proppant suppliers have their product tested by either prop testers or StimLab or somebody that's doing the testing by an independent laboratory. And that's, like I said, in recent years that hadn't been true so much. But if we want to look at different sand sizes, if we were doing a slick water frac, we might be interested in some very small sand, 40-70 or 30-50 sands. We're going to be using a viscous fluid like a foam. We'd probably be more interested in larger sands like 2040 at 150 degrees Fahrenheit Ottawa sand. We've already got sand in our mixture, and we were saying non-Darcy flow had pretty big effects. We might want to consider a ceramic, higher strength. And so maybe a Carbo Econo Prop 2040. That's got some cost parameters that are obviously ridiculous. Specific gravity, then conductivity, and non-Darcy factors. Here we see our conductivity versus stress. So now we're up at numbers like 6,000, much higher than the sand. So we might want to investigate the use of this as a profit. A little bit higher quality profit. So we got our fluid data and our proppant data. We've got our geologic model that we came up with from our log data earlier. So what we need is a pump schedule. And so I'm going to OK. And now we get into our fracture models. And let's describe the 4 fracture models. Why are there 4? Which ones do you use? The bulk of the time you'll use one of these. Which one is more a matter of personal choice? And you'll use the planar 3D. For this case, it may well be that we will use this special model. Let me pull up some slides here, somehow from somewhere. So what are these 4 options? Why are there 4? And which ones do you use? Corner focus 1.7. By now. What in the world is this? How do I get rid of it? So we have these 4 fracture model options. Why are there 4? So fracture models in general started out with 2-dimensional fracture models. And we say 2-dimensional models, I mean, you specified the height, the models calculated width and length. So when people talk about 3D fracture models, they mean height, length, and width. Not that it's going to go north for a while and then turn left and go west. There are some very specialized models that can do that. But generally, when we say 3D, we mean height, length, and width. So we had these 2D models. They didn't last very long. They were supplanted by what we call pseudo 3D models, which tried to calculate all 3 dimensions, but in a simplified form. The height calculations were very idealized. 2D models, that's what we could do at the time. But they didn't stay around long because people very quickly realized that net pressure was a strong function of fracture height. And fracture height is a very strong function of net pressure, which says fracture height is a strong function of fracture height, which we probably could have figured out without a computer model if we'd thought about it for a while. So the 2D models just, basically you were specifying the answer before you started. So then we came along with the pseudo 3D models, and they're still in wide use today. They've been around for 35 years. And there's two basic types of those. There's what we call advantages. Well, they're readily usable. They put questions in terms of estimatable values. What is the stress in the shale? Not what is the fracture height. I can get that. I can get a number for that from my logs. Using other data, I can improve on that. Disadvantage: they cannot handle many geologic cases, and so they can give you bad answers, but there's nothing per se in the output that says this is bad. And then there is the planar gridded, quote, 3D models, which, so far as we understand the physics, correctly calculate the three dimensions. And advantages: well, it treats realistic geology, is computationally intensive, but that's getting better every day. Although now that Intel doesn't seem to have competition once again, the rate of progress has slowed down. So, the idea really of the so-called pseudo 3D models is a 3-layer geology. Shale, sand, shale. And given that simple geology, I can calculate an upward growth and calculate a downward growth. And I can do a pretty good job with a so-called pseudo 3D. But we don't have a whole lot of those reservoirs left anymore. Well, like I said, Dick used up all the good stuff. Dick and I used up all the good stuff, and people who followed us used up all the best of the crap, and all we've left you with is the real crap to work with. And so there's just no way these models are appropriate. Where does StimPlan fit into this? There's 4 models. The StimPlan 1D, and 2D are the classic 1980s heritage pseudo 3D models, 2 different flavors, vanilla and vanilla bean. And we'll briefly describe those. And then there are the gridded models, the planar gridded model, and then a special adaptation of that, which is a cell type pseudo 3D model with a 2-dimensional grid for rigorous fluid flow proppant transport calculations. So in general, width anywhere is a function of net pressure everywhere. A pseudo 3D model does an approximation that the width somewhere is a function of the net pressure only at that point, plus the dirty laundry corrections. And that's why the different pseudo 3D models give different answers. Because we're going past the math. You have a 3-layer geology. Ideally, all models should give similar answers. Once you go past 3 layers, it depends on how the developer of that model made these corrections. And that gets into their vision of what a fracture looks like. But there were 2 types. cell type models and parametric models. Parametric models be like Frac Pro, MFrac. They basically assume the fracture propagates laterally at the tip and it propagates vertically at the wellbore. It then fits a predefined shape to those points. You can always tell a parametric model, the shape never changes. The height-length ratio may change, but not the shape. A cell type model breaks the fracture up into grids along its length, and the width and the height growth at each cell is related to the net pressure at that cell. And some people feel this is better, and some people feel this is better. StimPlan's simple models are cell type. What we call the 1D, 1D assumes one-dimensional lateral part of that solution. It has calculated a pressure at each grid. It then assumes 1D vertical fluid flow using that pressure and calculates a height. It's what would be called an explicit model. It calculates length growth assuming fixed height. It calculates height growth assuming fixed length. And just jumps back and forth. The advantages of it is speed. Today's computers, that's not a significant difference. And numerical stability. It's virtually guaranteed to get an answer. What we call 2D assumes a two-dimensional flow field. And then the real big difference between the two, it calculates length and height simultaneously. It's a much more rigorous solution. But it is numerically not as stable. What does that matter to you? If you want to do economic optimization, this frac model may have to run 100 times unattended. And the 2D probably is not going to make it through that process. You just hitting the button and running it, very, very seldom are you going to run into a problem. It's got to run 100 times unattended. It's just not stable enough to do that because it is an iterative solution. And so most people use the 2D most of the time because it is a little bit more rigorous solution. The 1D had to stay around for the numerical optimization. So the design goal was to eliminate that and go with the 2D. The height growth calculations, the width calculations are identical. You get different answers because this considers a vertical variation of pressure based on this two-dimensional flow field. So if we look at these different types of models, pseudo 3D model, fracture will grow out to a radial fracture, and it shouldn't, both models should give the same answers. Then it starts growing in length and height, going through this barriers, and ideally the answers will be similar. The shape of the fracture will be different. And then we break into this low stress zone up above. Well, a gridded type model is just going to go boom. A couple of time steps later, this one will go boom. And you'll get a shape that looks like this. Well, what's really going to happen is it's going to start propagating here. The pseudo 3D model does not allow that. It propagates laterally at the tip and top and bottom along the length. Same with a parametric or lump model. It's going to break into here, but it's not going to go anywhere. Just it'll keep growing in length and keep growing in height. What's truly going to happen in either case is it's going to break into this barrier. The fracture down here is going to recess. Fracture down here is going to start extending. And so the pseudo 3D model going to give you a totally wrong answer. The other part of a fracture model is proppant placement. The StimPlan cell type models basically assume a piston displacement of fluid down the fracture, different fluid types, different proppant concentrations. The gridded models assume fluid flowing through this grid. So for example, here the fluid inflow is here. It's a rectangular channel, but right here you can see a little dash line, and you can't hardly see it here, but it is there. The width is less wide, more narrower over that little interval. So fluid flow is entering here, coming down, it goes out faster where the fracture is wider, slower where the fracture is narrower, then gets underneath and goes out faster again. You're getting velocity differences because of the nature of the width of the channel. And we see that the gridded fracture model can capture that. And so a much more realistic simulation of how proppant is placed in a fracture than you can get with the pseudo 3D model. So which ones do we want to use? Basically, if you only use the simple models, tell your geologist to only find simple geologies. So we use these models for fracture designs, for simple scoping studies, simple quick answers. The first pass at doing an analysis. If this model says you have a long confined height fracture and it is a simple fracture, takes off from the perfs and grows straight ahead, then you can use this simpler gridded model. The only advantage to it is speed, and the speed advantage is only significant if I have long confined height fractures. The fractures are closer to the length and height being equal, and the run times are not that much difference if you set the grids up correctly, and this would be the more correct model. So these give us a guide as to which gridded model to use. We always do our final designs, our final analysis with one of these. Well, let's use one of these models for design then. I'm going to choose the simplest one. And using these simple pseudo 3D models, I get a design option. I can run the simulator in a design mode. So now we're on the second step here, run frac simulator. And I say, oh, I want a design length of 600 feet with maybe 6 pounds per gallon. I want to use the 30-pound foam with the 2040 sand. What happened to my Carbo Econo prop? Pump rate of 15 barrels a minute. And this is going to be my 600-foot design. And so I can run the simulator then. see it has to iterate multiple times. Everybody finished? And so we could look at what it gives us. We look at cross-section versus time. It says, wow, you've got a really well-confined long fracture. And it's a simple fracture. It takes off from the purse and goes straight out. It gave us a proppant distribution, proppant coverage of very low, 0.3 pounds per square foot. And that's the result of foam. It's hard to get high concentrations of proppant in a foam. Treating pressures, we can see the treating pressures just go up and up and up and up as the fracture gets longer and longer. So if we go to our simulator data and our pump schedule now, we see we have generated a pump schedule, which is 10,000 gallons of pad, followed by another 5,000 gallons of fluid carrying very small amount of proppant. So let's see what that looks like with a gridded model. Since I have a long confined height fracture, a simple fracture, I can use this specialized model. And we will run that frac design in the specialized model. And now you have a lot more questions that get into gridding and everything. We're going to start out with the automatic gridding, which just says zeros up here and says zeros down here. Or I can set detail grid control to defaults. Let the model do its own thing. But you don't want to leave it here very long. And so we can then run the simulator. And it still runs pretty quickly with this StimPlan. And now we can look at these contour plots. If we want to look at proppant coverage, pounds per square foot, we can see the proppant moving out in the fracture. And it says, well, you really only created 400 feet of fracture. And again, the proppant coverage is about 0.3 pounds per square foot. That is pretty good looking little fracture. It just, that 2040 proppant got out near the tip of the fracture and it bridged. So there's a little bit more fracture out there, but you just couldn't get that 2040 proppant to it. So if you wanted your 600 foot, you'd have to manually input a larger job. So if we did that, if I close this and close this, okay, well, so here's what is being simulated is a, what am I looking for? Is a, oh, here it is, fluid volumes plot. I plot the x-axis, say just time, and the y-axis proppant concentration. It simulated a pad stage, and then stepping the proppant up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pounds per gallon. And so then we could have, different proppant concentrations, different fluid types, different proppant types for each stage. And so, for example, I don't know what happened to my econoprop. If I go back to the proppant data, go to my database. My database is still open, my proppant database. There's the ceramic, there's the carbo-econoprop. Yes, I forgot to copy the StimPlan. Copy to StimPlan. Now I have the carbo-econoprop in my list. So now maybe I want to go to the pump schedule. And said, well, we need a little bit more pad volume. So we'll try 14. And then we're going to need a little bit more proppant volume. 5, 2, 3, 2, 2. At the last stage, I am going to make econoprop to have the better proppant near the well. Non-Darcy flow effects there where the flow rate's the highest. And we could then run the simulator again. I forgot to look at the total proppant, still a very small job. Again, if I go to the contour plots, and conductivity, and let's just look at this briefly. I think it'll be lunchtime. I have 4 buttons here. The white one lists all the things you can contour. For example, I want to contour the total conductivity. The gray buttons are hot buttons that you can then set. So if I came to this gray button and I set total conductivity, then that stays fixed. So I can just go to that button if I want proppant coverage or if I want total conductivity. And so I can scroll out to the end of time there. That doesn't look like a very good scale. So once again, any plot, right click. If I right click on this plot, again, I get those properties. Change the font size. I get an option for contours, and I can set it to auto scale each time step. I can set it to auto scale across all time steps. Show the flow vectors or not. Show the grid. I could use special contour intervals. And so now we say, well, we didn't get all that much length, only got out to about 450 with that extra pad. So if I want more length, I may have to think about starting out with smaller proppant. Still get a big pile of conductivity out near the tip where all that proppant up out there. And now I've got better conductivity back here near the well, where I tailed in with that higher strength, better quality proppant. And so that might be a pretty good final design, or I might go ahead and tweak it and try to get my 600 feet. And the other plots are just the that's the bottom hole injection pressure, predicted surface pressure. You can see the pressure's coming along, starts going down when I start adding proppant. Goes back up as I go to flush, and then I have a pressure decline after the frac. So it gives me a predicted surface pressure. So I need a wellhead capability of 5,000 psi for my pressure limits. And so that gives me my preliminary design. And I'll do a file save. So, listen, Whitney? All good? All good? Anybody? So that's the general design process. We use the simple models to come up with a first trial pump schedule based on the length we want, type of proppant we want. And the geometry that it predicts tells us which of these models to use. Had more height growth there, you'd wanted to use the planar 3D model. We had a long confined height, simple fracture, so we can use the simpler model. We use the planar 3D model to see how long it takes to run. Again, just using everything set to defaults. So it ran just about equally as fast. See if the results are any different. And look at total conductivity. And it looks pretty similar. Because again, this geometry was suitable for the simpler model. So it gives you the same answer as the planar 3D model does. Although in this case, they both ran reasonable amounts of time. Well, let's break for lunch then, and start back up here fairly quickly. Work while we eat while we work. Get done. We still got to do a mini frac, do some pressure history matching, come up with a final pump schedule design. And I guess that'd be open it to questions. So go ahead and take a break here and see what we have for lunch.
He was right outside the corner. Like Mike said, there's spots outside with I think there's some desserts and some ice tea and some water and stuff. But you go around and they've got this kind of like taco bar. So help yourself and enjoy. as you see here. I got your message. I was like, okay. That's great.
Is this something you put on here, Padma, that makes the cursor like this? That's what that screen was.
But we can always switch it off.
That's what that screen was. But I like this. Is that what this is? It popped up a while ago. I don't know. Something popped up a while ago. And I drug it out of sight, and now I can't find it. There it is, right there.
Yes, that one is I had dragged it down to the bottom.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just out of sight somewhere.
I can't get it to reopen. I can see it there.
Because what I did was I had put it somewhere down here, right?
Yeah.
And then maybe you move it a little more so it went out of sight again.
I guess so. It's just gone.
Maybe if we put a second monitor, then or let me try something actually. What I will do is just close this and then reopen. Hopefully it will reopen within the. So how do I go to the search or the menu, programs menu? Okay. Can you type in something like pointer or something? Okay, this is the one, pointer focus. And then if you want to turn it off, you just click here and it becomes normal mouse. If you want it on, you just click here.
Yeah, that's good. It
But I
really.
wish I could just minimize this like any other window.
Mhm.
Somehow it looks like, I mean, I didn't figure out a way to get it out of sight. So I had just dragged it and put it down
It's probably
here.
is it because it's an unregistered version?
Maybe. But there should be like a lot of these applications. Maybe we can find a free version somewhere. I don't think we have to pay for it. So I'll just
I like
put it
that.
down
I like
here.
that. That's a good thing. They probably don't charge very much for it.
I don't think they do.
Hmm?
It's a simple thing, right?
$9.95.
$9.95. Okay. You would probably spend more time looking for a free version than just
Yeah.
pay that $9.95.
No, that's good.
Teaching a class today?
Huh?
Is Carl teaching a class today?
Yeah.
So Andrew is in Carl's class?
Yeah.
Then? Oh.
¿Qué tipo de break tienen?
Los macarrones, las cookies y slice de manzana. Galletas chocolate chip cookies, macarrones. Yo que van con los macarrones.
Ok.
Señora, ¿sabes dónde podemos bajar el aire aquí?
Un trío muy caliente. Hágale.
No, sí, yo me encargo, deme 5 minutos. Ahorita lo.
this one?
Stolen. Just take it from everyone. How long has Minnow been a part of the line? Like, were you there day one? He started. But he was the boss of it. Yeah, he's always, I mean, he hasn't changed. His title's changed. His title changed? Well, yeah, so now he's reservoir engineer. Reservoir engineer. Oh, he was the team lead? Yeah, he was our team. That's how it was. But he was reported to 17 people. But he would like tell you like something. Yeah, but he would report to like several people. It's not like it was now where it's like yeah, Dave. Yeah, there was at least like 5 or 5. Did he do more managerial things? Or was he like not the same as in the Petra stuff? Like that's all he does at all. He does open Petra. He opens Petra? But I think fighting the kites. Well, he needs to be doing that. Yeah, but I'm really honest. I think someone and I have talked about this before. It's like it really makes sense to have KJ. And I guess it's frustrating for me because sometimes he very much doesn't like he always delegates stuff. How many times like or maybe yesterday when I got caught with yeah, no, that. You know, I sat in the driver under 2 hours back to the 3 hours. And at the end, like I thought I was presenting more reading or something. I'm sorry, I just asked you to come just in case we got a lot of changes. Why is that? You went for 3 hours? I mean, the thing is that now I'll be 100% honest. I don't know. I know that you guys have heart rate variable, but I feel like a lot of the heart it's feel like you know, come in the morning where there's like just 0 obstacles. It's very hard to get all the way done. Oh yeah, no, I mean, I guess it's really new, but that is pretty much what you're going to yeah, it's easy. You know, now that we're doing these stuff a little bit worse, like you know, whatever this week is like a lot of little things, but no big things. But I also don't have a lot of big things. I don't really have anything. I mean, yeah, we completions in. Yeah, those are big projects. I've seen not a whole lot of work, I guess. I mean, I've seen stuff before the horizontal, you know. Yeah, but I mean, it's not a lot of time intensive stuff. I spend most of my week evaluating the horizontal. Oh, well. Yeah, but I will tell you that. For me, it's like the opposite. It's like, I'm working on this presentation for the last 2 weeks. Yeah, so, yeah. I know it's like difficult, but there's definitely change in culture. It's like, That in the sense of work-life balance. Like, it's just, yeah. Which is my fault, you know. Make sure your work is done. You know, I come stuff. I come in on the weekend. You know, I come to the office on the weekend. So why are you doing? Like my internet's on. Like these are. No. That and also like if my bed isn't there, my TV isn't there, you know what I mean? I'm just working. Like you said, you know, when you're working on Wednesday, you know, well, there's no distraction. No, I mean, but see, I think you're really efficient. Yeah. I shouldn't be on that song. That's why we all show up. You know, show up early. That's true. You definitely do less than much, not more. I don't think I think that was nice keeping, man. It's a where's our water saturation? Where's our water saturation? I think that's good. I think that if you manage both, I think, you know, like if you can knock that, kind of like what Sana said about her model on her free time. I'm not saying he's doing that. I'm just, no, but it's not. It's, I don't think it's him. I think yeah, KG was the one that asked me to. Because Sana said, she called me when I was there. Why didn't you get anything about it? You don't know yet. I just say, yeah, you know, I agree with Mo. See, it's just like you watch the curves. Yeah, whatever. I just. There's some people who say that he all the time my reservoir. Not reading either. Oh no, go for it.
Thank you.
We might take two more of those. Just take it. Just kill it. There you go. No. That's fine. That's fine. No, I mean you're right. Sorry. Discussion. never. You heard it all? I walked by. I was leaving. Probably the one. I feel like that was. Yeah, and that's good. This is what you that work. You know, that's a visual opera. Prospects. I can now if I can stay with that. It's a little cool right now. And he's like, let's do it. Essentially, everyone's doing this. And it told me that this weekend, yeah, and I think it's definitely changed. Because I remember started. I remember seeing the beginning of which I think is I can consider the plant that well, yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying. That's yeah, it's called basically unless it's like for me it's like trying to learn and trying to I got physically exhausted. Oh yeah, I think that's good. Where I just but you're efficient. So I don't want to think so. I've done better with managing myself. I just defer, I defer on something. Because someone's asking. We need to create a water, and it's all this there. First topic, which is yeah. Wasn't just looking at it. Yeah, no, I lost it. I mean, I do like the yeah. I mean, I feel that with not Adam, but Jordan, them taking a lot of the work. I wish was that. That was something you've got. I can, yeah, I can be like,
Yeah, it's hard to have power. Yeah. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm not. No, but I still sometimes like I don't like there is also like or like sauna, like fine. Interesting, you know. So like someone like she's very into personal challenge, right? So she doesn't like she works better. In her mind, it was like, wow, you're doing she's very stressed out. I mean, I feel like, not scary, you know. No, I actually. You're starting 5 right now. Because it's and not saving. That's awesome. She's always very. She's always very. I'm like, you know, I I was funny, like, that's up there. That's what I said. All I know is a rebar. It's sitting on this way or just early on I think a lot of the
Wonder where everybody was. Everybody's in here waiting on me. You know, I know what. Okay. So here we go again. So we kind of looked at logs, I think, fairly comprehensively. But, you know, we use our logs for, there's certainly functionalities in there we hadn't covered, like to calculate permeability, using log correlations and things like that. But that's where we build our basic geologic model from, geomechanical model. Briefly looked at pressure rate analysis, and we'll be going back there to look at the mini-frac, to look at pressure history matching. We look at the reservoir model. One thing we didn't look at, for those of you who might be involved in horizontal wells, if I look at the reservoir model, the input data, and I look at it as a horizontal well, and I can simulate, you know, a long horizontal with 40 fractures in it, but you can imagine it takes a while to simulate that. The way we usually do it, simulate it one fracture at a time. I just said, you know, for a horizontal well, the orientation's different. Now the horizontal well is this way, and the fractures are this way. And, you know, if I plan to have 1,200 feet separation between my wells, or if I'm studying that, so I'd give it a 600-foot radius. If I wanted to look at having one fracture every 50 feet, well, that'd be a radius of 25 feet. So I just define a little single drainage area for one fracture, and then I just simulate the production. When I come into my simulation control here, I delete that. So my fracture length, 200 to 600 feet, steps and conductivity and everything. Lateral length is 10 feet. East hole with one fracture, that's 20 feet from the top of the reservoir. Just simulate one fracture in a little bitty rectangular drainage area, and you can very quickly study effects of spacing. Tighter spacing gives you higher rates, you spend more money and get the same reserves, and further spacing gives you lower initial rates, that's cheaper and gives you the same reserves. And, no flow. And you could do a constant pressure. That would, it's no flow closed boundaries would be the proper way to do that. Planes of symmetry is what you're dealing with. But allows you to do very, very quick studies for fracture spacing, well spacing, fracture length within the spacing. Rather than actually simulate a 4,000 foot horizontal with 50 fractures in it. You can do that, but maybe if we ever get the NVIDIA card parallelization working, well, maybe it'd be just as easy to do that as the other. I don't know. But we're a ways off from that yet. So we looked at the reservoir model, and then we used our geologic pressure rate analysis, gave us the parameters for our reservoir modeling. Log gave us our basic geologic model for our fracture model. Reservoir model told us we wanted a 600-foot fracture, so then we used the frac model to come up with a preliminary design. And so any questions about any of that up to now? Up to this stage? Yes, sir, Sergey. On the models? You say you'd like? Oh yeah, no problem. So you better remember, I won't. Yeah, that's no problem at all. Well, then let's go back to the pressure rate analysis, because we really seem to be cranking along here. The other thing I wanted to look at was some pressure history matching. And so if we go back to the pressure rate analysis, we look at our data. We had this little injection test. People would call it a DFIT now. Then we had a bigger volume injection test, a mini frac, long decline, and then a step rate test. And so we look at the mini frac, and I want to select a test. And I want to use data 1 bottom hole pressure and the injection portion of the test. And then the start and the end times.